Okay, we're back again. Just continue where we left off. Finishing up Fort Joy. Probably get it done pretty comfortably today. So the last time we were playing just yesterday, I had finished up all of the stuff in the fort itself. And we're now basically moving on to the Holland Marshes area. So the first thing I'm actually going to do though, we'll head to the sanctuary. I want to get a bunch of the waypoints active that are up here in the northeast area. So we'll head over to Tromptoy Cave and then jump over the water. We'll go in from the backside. There won't be any fights there. It's an easy way to get to all the areas, collect all the waypoints. So just jump over with anybody that has a jump. And then we teleport our little dwarf friend over because he doesn't have a jump. Okay. This is pretty simple. We're going in the back way. This is near Tromptoy's cave. Just gonna collect the waypoints, pick up a couple more bits of loot. Walk over a bunch of traps. They don't hurt very much. And this is all behind the maze. This skeleton here has a skull on it. We'll pick that up and save it for later. And you can do this back way if you want to skip the maze. You can walk up here, go talk to the Gargoyle ahead. He'll call you a cheater, give you a really crappy reward. We'll actually do the maze later, so I'm not going to walk over there. If you walk to this ledge, you'll actually see the waypoint down here. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to quickly go in here, leave the party outside because I'm not actually looking to do anything here, and it's easier to run around with just one person in here.
What's this?
Go visit Rebecca real quick. Everything exploding behind us.
What is this place?
Just gonna walk up, do a little bit of thieving. She's got a flower on her that I wish to grab. Teleport back to the beach. I don't care about the wand. We'll get it later from her. And we have our Blood Rose Potion. If you combine the Blood Rose Potion with an empty bottle, you get the Blood Rose Potion. This is a permanent +1 buff to all your stats until you die. So the question is, who do I give it to? Who would it be most useful on? I'm thinking probably Beast, since he's using shields, so the +1 Constitution will be valuable throughout the playthrough so long as I don't die. So I'll probably just give it to him. So he's now got the potion, +1 to everything. Quite useful. Actually gives me memory as well. What do I want? Just do peace of mind, I guess.
Frozen ground in the middle of a swamp. What's going on?
Head up the cliffside into the abandoned camp.
Such barbarism. What happened here? Boring. It looks like these people ran into a Magister
Pick up our
encampment.
waypoint. There's
There
a
was
chest
small
in the
suspect
ground
of
over
something.
here. This will have a purple loot in it. It's a helmet, could be good. Geomancer ring. Is this better? 39 to 43. Yes, it is. Oh, right, this isn't. I thought this was the intelligence ring for some reason. That's right, I gave that to Losa. Keep that. Don't care about this. Keep the helmet to identify later. Maybe we can loot some dead bodies if we want. Maybe have something, probably not though. So I just ran around so I could pick up the 2 waypoints to get around easier. Why are you stuck? Vane doesn't have nails on his boots. I'll fix that real quick. Blind Magister over here, we're gonna ignore him for now. So I actually want a source point now, so I'm going to go into here. Probably do this fight. So I want to bless some pigs, but I don't have any source. And I want to save the puddles down here, just in case I need them. There's another one of the fights where you can walk in and they'll talk to you first, so I can pre-buff, jump in, set up after that. Oh, we'll get myself some Venom Coating, Flesh Sacrifice because it is +1 start AP, so I can wait for the cooldown while in conversation.
How much murdering does one seeker need? 2 arms, the dead are back.
There could be void-woken or seekers.
Put my mages on high ground. Just leave Beast here.
Keep a sharp eye. Once the seekers...
The Magister's...
You've more flesh on your bones than... Hold there! Another seeker! Quick, get this scum!
I'm actually going to, before I fully start the fight, I'm going to teleport him over here. And then start the fight. Okay, so look at the turn order. The Magister Knight goes first, so we want to CC him first. As you can see, I have Flash Sacrifice back up, and I still had the extra point from it. Next, we have the Ranger that goes next. Make them all wet for Losa, who's a Hydro Mage. I don't care that much about him yet, so we'll just blast them all. He isn't CC'd yet. Put him to sleep so he doesn't get a turn. Alright, so then the question is, do I care about him or do I want to do AoEs here? I think Fane can deal with this guy, so I'm actually going to focus on him first. Deny the archer his turn. Get a nice AoE with these three, strip the rest of his magic armor. Followed up with a cheap chloroform. And we've gotten through the entire first turn order and the enemy hasn't been able to move yet. He's still frozen. This guy goes pretty early. I'm actually going to turn him to a chicken and hope he runs around just because it's funny. Actually, Venom Coat here adds more damage. It's poison damage, but if I use piercing damage, it'll apply to it, so it all will ignore. I can actually click on the right target with the middle one. Nice chunk of damage. My goal is to actually let the chicken move, so I can just focus on damage on you. Chicken didn't move. Oh well. Deny the turn on the archer yet again. And we can probably finish off some of these targets. Let's move you into there, get a nice 4-man AoE. Easy. And I just wanted to do this so I can go down here to get my source points. And remember, I actually have no collars on, despite not having saved Gareth, because Beast was friends with the dwarf in the camp, and you can get your collars off early if you have Beast in your party. I do not want Sabile to be on top here. Picking up loot. Lots of potions I'll probably never use, but they're there. Got a dying man on the floor. Has information about the vault that we don't care that much about. And we'll show some mercy and kill him. He actually wants to die, so I'm not evil for doing this. Conveniently, he's made of XP. Let's quick bless real quick.
It's a puddle. It glows. What could this mean?
I get another source point again, because I'll need it once I get in the vault. Free enrage book back here. Probably not going to use it.
Before you stands at you feel the source in your power. The shrine starts.
More XP. Helmet. One of the few pieces of the practice that I'm actually going to hang on to. I'll just learn this on Beast, even though I'll probably never use it. Get a source point on everybody just because we're here, why not? Alright, now we have our source point. I can now bless a bunch of pigs, get a nice chunk of XP. actually equip this fire wand for this real quick. So I could walk down there, individually bless the pigs, pick up source puddles. Alternatively, I can, from up here in this vantage point, with my fire wand, hit the barrels, causing them to explode. And then bless the fire. And if the pigs behave and walk back into the fire, it will bless some of them. This lizard will show up to confront us about our actions.
The menacing
So you dare defy
Just
the
kind
will.
of stall,
Why wouldn't
don't
I
be aggressive.
I hope this brings the I was alone. Now, can we get down to the fighting? Well, I wouldn't have said so if...
she moans.
Yes,
You are
I
met
know.
with a persuasion check. As long
am
as you
still
have
obligated to
13
perform
wits or
his
higher, you do
You
not
may
actually need any
live,
persuasion to
but the
pass
threat
this
is
check.
cursed. It is as you be.
And then she
The
dies.
Guardian choked.
To get the XP, you would have gotten the same XP for fighting her. She drops some weapons. This hammer in particular is actually quite good if you are a pyro mage. This could potentially be good. Not really for that. But this is a very, very good weapon. Has crit chance, has +1 pyro. Great for casting as a pyro mage. Alright, so I think I got 2 of the pigs. Wow, the chest lived with 1 health. Look at that. Usually the chest dies while all the explosions are happening. Doesn't make a difference, but it's just funny that it lived.
Careful.
Okay, so I believe there's 2 more pigs, 3 more, might be 1 over here. Yep, there's the 1 over here. I find it funny that Fane's willing to walk through the holy fire. That hurts him. Try to catch the pig before it gets too far away. Fail. Unequip bless by accident. And that should be all the pigs. We can check if we go here. The line will say they fled into the wilderness. They'll be hard to miss. We have blessed all the pigs. There will now be a pig over in this ramp just north of the icy area. If you have Pet Pal, you can talk to her and send her to the sanctuary. She is a trader. I will probably actually recruit her at level 8 once I have Pet Pal. So now it's a matter of getting to level 8. Equip that, put this back. I actually don't need this hammer. I don't have anybody that's going to use it. So since we're still here, I'm actually going to go save Gareth real quick. Go up here first. There's a seeker here who's afraid of a shrieker. If you kill the shrieker with one of your purging wands, she will then move up to here and try to help with the resulting fights. She usually doesn't really end up in a good spot to help you. I'm going to kill her. She's made of XP, and I have no desire to keep her alive. just ignore the Shrieker. There's no reason to really bother with it.
And whatever it is, it looks dangerous.
Spain gonna die? Heh, they died. Just jump up here with one person at first. And we'll join the fight. I'll let them all go first. I want to have these guys join in at the end of the turn order. It should be safe to do this. The archers will hit me. So we're all in the fight. Melissa's taking a nap. Just group up for AoEs. So who do we have that goes first? You go first. Chloroform is enough to put you to sleep, so we'll just do that. Followed by this Magister Ranger. I will let Losa deal with her. And for now I'll actually do this. Rupture Tendons Chicken Claw combo. Didn't I put you to sleep? Did I hit somebody else? I must have thrown it at the wrong person. Oh, Losa got her turn skipped. But she's still knocked down. Alright, so I'm gonna hit here, which will knock this Magister down. And with my new position right next to him, I'll use Petrifying Touch. Doesn't really matter who I target in this case. Why did that only do 7 damage? I guess I technically missed. So you're knocked down, you're slowed in behind a corner. I think I'll go deal with you real quick. Just throw all three of these two. Walk up here with my free AP, do a nice AoE encourage buff. So you're frozen, you're still a chicken. You're the only one that's currently active. You're low health I can use. You would get a free source of Executioner. You have a lot of armor, so I'll just focus on something without armor.
Your courage in the face of
It's your
Spam
name.
one.
I
And see what we get. Nothing particularly useful. I'll take the ruin honestly over everything. Just put it in here because why not? More magic damage. Walk up here into the courtyard to activate the waypoint. Could loot the sarcophaguses. I'm not going to bother. There's pretty much never anything useful in them. Head back to the sanctuary. Figure out where Gareth is. I believe he spawns in over here.
The young man has abandoned the maps and now prepares his armor with happy urgency. He sees you approach.
Everybody's all happy Gareth is back. Sell my stuff.
Thank you. Now
Actually going to talk to Gareth and send him and his crew to camp.
welcome, my friend. I Godwell.
Get
My-
spam
where
one.
are you?
Gareth.
Yeah, she Godwell. We just where I went. I can't see the lady. You do. I
Gareth's voice.
Level up. How nice. So they'll all leave except for like two of them. One of them being the lady sitting here and the archer over here. I'll make a quick pit stop before Joyce to examine these three.
She looks at you with wet eyes and manages a wink before returning to her work.
That's quite good. What is Beast's amulet right now? Just keep them
Good to
both
see
for now.
you.
What do we have here? Pyro Geo. I think I'm using that for haste and. Yeah, this helmet's just a nice upgrade, except that it requires intelligence actually, so not really. Didn't really think about that. Not using the warfare for anything. I unfortunately already have 2 Scoundrel. Same with Fane. This would have been really good on both Fane and Losa as a source of 2 Scoundrel for Cloak and Dagger. Unfortunately, I didn't have this sooner, so I didn't know I was going to get it. I could actually put it on Beast. I could get 5-star Diner right here. Since he has the Blood Rose potion, it will double its effects. So I would actually get the 12 intelligence from the Blood Rose potion. I could wear this. But giving up 1 strength for that doesn't really seem worth it in my opinion. I'll just hold on to this so that once I finally get to the Lady Vengeance later, I can respec with it in mind. Scoundrel Ring. Might actually just give that to Beast. He doesn't have any rings that are doing anything right now. Strength Necklace. He doesn't need the wits. don't think anybody really needs the wits. Yeah, these are all better. So we have our talents. I want one of my characters to get Pet Pal here. I think I'll do it on Beast, honestly, for now. The question is, what do I get on Losa here? I've only got 12 crit chance, 10 crit chance. I don't think I want Savage Sortilege yet. I don't need Mnemonic. I've got plenty of spells. Just relearn totems here. What can you learn? You don't know that. I do have an arrow throw which I could learn teleport. I already have 3 teleports. I think I'll actually pass. You can just learn Peace of Mind here, I think. I got a free memory by leveling up. You get a memory point every 2 levels, so I just hit level 8. Just deciding what I want. Bullhorns, why not? Kind of to the point where I have too many memory slots, honestly. Hello there, Jostein. Same here. I could actually use haste on Fane. You can go get that real quick. They're all at the camp now. Who sells pyro books? I think it's the lizard, right? Matus? No, Matus is the injured lizard. I completely forget who sells pyro books out of this crew.
Kervin stares at the body of his dead comrade.
Oh, it's the lizard that was with Han. Where's she? There you are.
I'm glad Han stayed behind.
I just want haste. I don't care enough to pay you. Get haste. I think everybody has peace of mind and you don't. Immediately proved myself wrong. We'll get peace of mind and haste on you later. Get rid of peace of mind with haste. Haste is better early game. Okay. So I'm back to my talent decision. I'm trying to figure out, because I want Pet Pal on one character so I can recruit Fetter for my last 2 levels. She's a fantastic trader, so if you're doing a 4-man party, I would recommend recruiting her. I'm just trying to figure out who can give up their point for it. Probably Fane. I don't really need Elemental Affinity. I don't have the crit chance to justify Savage Sortilege yet. Things like Hothead, all skilled up, or I don't need those. I don't need Mnemonic. I've got plenty of spells. So I'll do Pet Pal on Fane. Beast. I think I'll pick up Hothead. Extra crit chance, more accuracy is always nice. Probably the same logic on Sabile here. I'll probably pick up Hothead, mostly for the accuracy in this case. I don't need the crit chance on rogues because I ideally been backstabbing anyways. Yeah, that'll work. Hothead. And for Losa, I can make an argument for Elemental Affinity here, but I've only got 3 spells, so that's kind of one of the issues with it is I would just end up running out of spells to use if I went Elemental Affinity anyways. I don't really think there's much better right now though, unless I want just something for more stats. I don't need Mnemonic. We'll just do Elemental Affinity. Alright. What initiative gear do you have, if any? The pants. I'm actually kind of running into a potential issue where I'm not going to have the initiative needed for a fight later. Let's check some traders
Are you
first.
so eager to die, Seeker?
If I were you, I'd stay close to Sir
You
Gareth
cannot
once the
stand
fighting
against
begins.
the Shriekers.
Whatever
Not without
path he
stronger
takes will be
weapons than
the
these.
surest way to victory.
We'll find them, or we'll find another way.
He doesn't have anything useful, unfortunately.
Kerben stares at the body of his dead comrade,
There we
tightly
go.
gripping his
Exactly
weapon
what I
in a
needed.
cold fury.
Absolutely perfect. That's for Beast. How's your weapon, Beast? I still have Fetter to check as well, so I'm not too worried about my potential of not getting a weapon to use.
You cannot stand against
I can use that.
not without
More initiative.
stronger weapons than these.
Beast needs a new shield.
We'll find them. We'll find another way.
Magister.
You protect the Magisters directly. Are you so eager to die, Seeker? You
Okay,
cannot
so it served its
stand against
purpose.
the
Initiative on you.
Not without
Shield on
stronger
you.
weapons than these.
We'll find them.
Speaking of Fetter, before I put more stats in. So since I blessed the pigs earlier down here, Fetter the pig will show up here. If you have Pet Pal, you can talk to her. She'll talk about how her and her friends were cursed into being pigs. And you tell her about the Amadia Sanctuary.
Oh, well, nice to hear. Now, well, I feel the result if I'm sick.
She runs off. She'll end up walking and spawning here. And you want to tell her to come down here and basically get in the pool of water, but first we need to make the water blessed. You talk to the statue.
Amidst the rivulets, you feel
Basically,
peaceful in her
just,
presence, soothed
You
somehow
know, just
by
shut up
an
and listen to the
intelligent
statue, don't be mean to it.
As you gaze, a voice seems to
Listen
reach you from the
intently.
voice gro-
My children,
Few fates are worse than
My
hers.
feeling of
my child,
And keep your sorrows
my
quiet.
child.
your a sudden upon.
And we have a pool of blessed steam. So we go talk to Fetter the pig. With the person with Pet Pal.
Thanks for saying. I prayed to Amadia real
Suggests that
hard,
she
but
gets
I'm
in the
not sure
pool.
what-
If you make the statue angry, whether it's by being selfish or just mean to the statue, it creates a cursed blood cloud instead. And Fetter dies if you tell her to get in the pool.
You have heard? Well, hello.
And we now have a trader with a significantly better inventory stock than most other traders on Fort Joy. I have the teleport gloves, so I don't want that. What amulet do you have? I mean, this would technically be better, but I'm not going to waste money on it, I don't think. So I'm actually going to pay her. I think it's only 300 for her, despite having a great stock. She doesn't need that much money to get to 100 influence. It was actually less than that. I only needed 200. Okay, so we'll get another weapon. I want 2 daggers on Sabile at all times. Good one-handed mace, potentially. Quite good, yes. For Beast. New wands for Fane. Fire and Earth, basically the ones that I want. And I'm not looking for anything for Losa, because I already know what weapons I'm getting on Losa for level 8. They are guaranteed weapons. Anything else? Don't think so.
Bye now.
Fetter will walk up here. She'll be up here for the rest of Act 1. Well, for the rest of the playthrough, she doesn't follow you anywhere, so. So I have 2 daggers. Fantastic. New weapon. Oh, take the rune out. 2 new wands for Fane. Not that I'm really using them all that much, but hey, if I need to auto attack, they're there. I'm no longer using that frost rune. I can actually use that elsewhere then. I can actually put it on Sabile's necklace. The frost rune gives movement, which is quite nice on rogues. Put some masterwork runes in these for more damage. Sabiel's significantly stronger now. This is actually going to be pretty ridiculous on her. And rune for beast. It's all just more free damage. I'm still kind of lamenting that I don't have use for this, despite it being really good. So unfortunately, I'd rather have this intelligence. The 2 scoundrel would have been nice, but both my mages already have 2 scoundrel and hard points. Alright, so with that in mind, I do need 20 initiative on somebody. Sabiel is my designated go first character. So we'll get 1 more wits, and I am now set for the rest of Fort Joy. More finesse for damage. Don't need any memory, don't need any wits. More damage. There's an argument to be made for wits here just for crit chance, but for now, we'll just do damage. And same with Thane, more damage. Don't really need any additional stats here, so we'll just do Geo. For Beast, I don't need any more stats, so Warfare for damage. Sabiel, Scoundrel for movement and damage. Hydra for damage. Alright. So we have Fetter, we have our new weapons. We have the swamp to take care of and the eastern side to take care of. We'll start with the easier stuff and start clearing from the west to east. Let's go visit Wendigo, because I haven't yet.
Dead Magisters. I wonder who did this.
So I have Wendigo down here. If you are a pyro mage, I'm sorry. You do not get to kill her like easily at all. Fortunately, I'm not a pyro mage, but she does have a lot of magic armor. We'll just jump next to her and start killing her.
The woman traces.
She killed the judges.
She turned.
I offer the.
As you approach the woman,
It's her.
Oh, right.
The
Fane wants to
wrinkled
talk to her.
human that stole my map.
the woman traces.
Let him talk,
glyphs
you
in
get a
the
bunch
air,
of
and you
influence.
cringe.
My lord.
She sees her eyes.
If the result is
as
the same,
witch opens-
you'll have a fight.
I offer you come between us again.
I actually forgot Fane wants to talk to her. Rupture the tendons. We'll waste flesh sacrifice just for funny. Rupture tendons. See if she kills herself. Not quite. I'm just gonna let Beast finish her off since she doesn't have much health left, but a lot of magic armor.
The Magisters aren't the only ones looking for me, but who is it? And why?
Get the mask.
What's this? I found something.
Wand to identify. Crit chance gloves. Don't really need them. Belt. You don't have a belt, so why not? So how is my mic today? I turned it up a little bit because I rewatched some of my own stream from yesterday and noticed I was a bit quiet compared to the game at certain points. Is it loud enough now?
What's this? I found
Another
something.
loot over here. There's walkable path over here. Tower over here that for some reason from this angle down here you can jump into. I don't know why, but who am I to complain about convenient jumping? Get a little bit of XP. There's also a body up here with a purple on it. It's a bow, not useful. Another body with the Brachus piece. And we'll just go over here. Maybe there could be a feather in this nest. Probably not, but maybe we'll get lucky. Nothing. This is unlikely to be useful at this point. I'm gonna save my runes. Sell the boots. fun times with Divinity where there will just permanently be a flag where there doesn't need to be. We have a grieving dog here. He's made of XP. And we have some skeletons over here. I'm terribly over-leveled for these guys at this point. I'm just going to walk in without really caring.
We leave no matter. Oh, sweet.
She reaches for...
Is that so high?
She pulls her...
If it helped.
So who goes first? You do. I can actually straight up just put you to sleep with a chloroform on its own. So now that I have elemental affinity on Losa, whenever I cast my rain, my goal is to make a surface under myself while also making as many people wet that I want. So I'm going to aim the rain at myself so that it still hits these two while still creating water under myself. So I have water under myself here. And I'm going to CC these two together. So teleport you down there. So now this only costs 1 AP, these only cost 2 AP. Get my Executioner proc to bullhorns.
I'll yield to none.
Keep you asleep. Just do some damage. Chicken's over here. Kill you with teleport, because why not? I did the thing that I said I wasn't going to do on Beast and woke him up. I'm doomed. I'm going to die. Alright, we're good. I can actually get behind you without costing any AP. In backstab area, see with the cone. I'm going to Venom Coat against the undead creature because I plan to use Sawtooth Knife anyways, which converts all damage into piercing damage, even if they resist the damage you've buffed with. Really overleveled for these fights, but it's kind of part of the point of the order I like to do things in. No reason to do potentially difficult fights when you can just get easier and more XP elsewhere. Pick up a feather. There's a feather up here as well, and a ruby on this side. Could be a feather in the nest. There's not. Walk to the edge. Teleport Liz over there. Get my other feather. The feathers will be used to make teleport scrolls, a very useful scroll just to have in general. Teleport is overpowered. I mean, you can make any character whatever you want. You can make Sabila Necromancer, and she'd be even more overpowered. Her ability isn't particularly useful. There's one fight that it's good against, but that's an Act 4. Body over here with a purple on it. It's probably only going to be about level 4 or 5, but in this case, since it's armor, it's actually potentially useful. Also, I want Losa on top. I keep forgetting to do that. Just easier inventory management if it's all in one spot, instead of split among my party. Feathers go in here. I can actually just do this now. So air essence plus feather plus paper. Just teleport scrolls. Very useful scroll. Okay. Just teleport here real quick. Go immediately to the other side to these skeletons. They will automatically be aggroed now. If you come in here first, they'll talk to you similar to the others. But there's an invisible guy here, which is why I'm entering combat so soon here. Bit of an awkward spot for you, Losa. I believe he's standing about. I think the invisible guy is right here. So we can just hit all of them, try to get the water close to me so I can walk on it. Yep, there's our invisible guy. Use my free AP to walk on the water for elemental affinity. How much magic armor do you guys have? Alright, so 1 ice fan's probably enough to freeze you, 2 for you. I was wrong. You must have a little bit of magic resist. Yes, you do. A little bit. That is fine. Same as the last one though. They're only level 4. I'm not really at risk at this point. Don't want to preemptively do that. No earth resistance, that's pretty nice. So I'm slowed, which is kind of annoying. Whenever you're slowed and you're on a character that doesn't have pawn, generally charges will get you a lot more distance than actually walking, so I'm just going to use my charge instead. And can I reach you? You're fortified, so I couldn't teleport you anyways if I wanted to. Yeah, just do some damage. Am I still slowed on you? I am. I'm going to clear that. Put you to sleep. And, oh. I thought I could walk here. I can't get around to her. That's fine. Am I still standing on water? Yes. Teleport you up there, just to group you up. Flesh sacrifice is for all elves. Sabiel's unique thing is break the shackles. All elves have flesh sacrifice, all humans have encourage, all dwarves have petrifying touch, all undead, even no matter what race you pick, have play dead, and every lizard has the fire breath. Worm Tremor doesn't do very much damage. I obviously don't want to use poison on you. We'll just summon the water totem. Can I get around this? Probably. Like, I actually think it would be faster for me to walk all the way around this oil than it would be just to get slowed by it again. But as a rogue, I have lots of movement, so I am fine using all that. sure I get behind you. It'll actually highlight it for me.
Into the dark with you.
I think I hit an oil blower, that just made it worse. One of these has a unique belt. If you don't have a belt, hey, it's a belt. Not very useful though. Okay, so that's the immediate left done. There's a big void-woken fight over here. We'll go and do that.
Careful now. That's a trap.
Potentially walk on all the traps. Who doesn't have a belt? Pretty much everybody. I'm actually going to keep the decaying touch scrolls. They're a 1 AP scroll. Could be used to finish off low health enemies. For 1 AP, quite strong. So I'm going to go up here first. So I want to start the fight with my characters up here. Alright. So you don't have a jump beast, so that should automatically do. Put you down there. These little walls somewhat a bit annoying to work with sometimes. You kind of have to just walk right up to it. Alright, so we have ourselves a deep dweller over here. This would be a very difficult fight if you try to come here and do it early. I would not call this early though. I'm not particularly worried about setting up anything. So we're just going to walk over to this edge. Excuse me, deep dweller? There you are. So normally you would use the turn order to dictate who you go after. However, I'm much more concerned about the deep dweller himself, so I'm going to use Sabine to take care of him instead of worrying about the turn order here. Simply because he's just that much more dangerous. Also because of the hitbox, it makes it annoying to try to get behind you. Okay, got one more auto, plus chicken claw. And it's just a single archer. I'm not particularly worried about what he's going to do. And now I'll start looking at the turn order. He's too far away to be relevant yet, so I'm going to leave him be. We have the Arrowmancer that goes next, followed by the chicken, followed by the knight. So let's group up the knight and the Arrowmancer together. A little bit of water resistance. Same logic as before, I want the water to be up here with me, but I still want them to be wet. So I'll make sure they're in the circle while putting the water here. I now have elemental affinity. And now they're out of the fight. Alright, so as I said before, Cryomancer is too far away to be relevant. Chicken, frozen, enemy down here. He's a melee character, he has to get up here first. I'm pretty much free to ignore him for now. So I'll just throw this down here to do some AoE. Does this reach? It. I mean, I can target him. I believe I can hit him with this.
Prepare yourself.
Executioner proc. I'm just gonna buff while I wait for them to come closer. As I said, he's too far away to be relevant. He has to walk around. So we have ourselves a chicken, a frozen enemy, and another melee character that can't do anything. I'm gonna actually delay and let those all play out. Looks like he's going after Sabile. So we still have this marksman. I haven't done anything with him yet. What can I do with him? Just teleport you down here, I suppose.
Yield to none.
Impalement. He has no armor because of teleport, so I can at least use this to cripple him so he won't move. Not that that's too relevant, but... He's still a chicken. I'm just going to spend the turn buffing. Take a couple shots. He'll be fine. I still think the cryo's too far away. He might hit Sabile. I'm actually worried about him getting to Sabile. I don't want that to happen. I think this will be enough. Center it with the top to make sure they all hit. Yep, he's frozen. Uses armor frost. Times like these, I wish I had a jump on Beast. I'm gonna bring you to me.
Prepare yourself.
Will this do enough damage? Yes, quite easily.
Glory is mine.
Alright, so you're knocked down. You're here. Yeah, we can make some high ground water totems just for more damage. You're still far away. Cryo Mage's position is quite bad for him when you start your fight up here. He doesn't really get to do a whole lot. This guy's kind of back up again. His hitbox is annoying and makes it hard to get where I want. 8 health left. So he should die to that. Cryo Mage might be able to heal him. Can I reach you? I don't really want to risk it. We'll just finish the kill. Alright, we'll use 1 AP to just move, but I'm going to save 1 AP. The reason I'm using 1 here is so that I end with 1 AP. Haste will give me 5. I'll have full AP next turn. Looks like the Cryo Mage will finally get to do something next turn. Just do some damage. So we still have you.
I'll yield to none.
Toss a chloroform at him. He goes next, denying his turn. Might not. This might be in backstab. Either way, I should be able to knock him down. It is a backstab. Nice. I've only got poison spells left, so I can't really do much to him. A fight that would be much harder if you came here earlier. Not too bad now, though. There's a statue over here. It's one of the 3 statues you can go into to get blessed with. I already have blessed from the Trompe Cave. Get slowed by the oil that I created. But we're very much in the cleanup part of Fort Joy. All the fights are relatively low level, aside from like 2 of them. There's a chest over here, might have something useful in it. Probably not. Deep Dweller has a unique necklace on him, I think. As well as potentially other useful items. Everybody's already got a good necklace for them. So I don't actually need this. Or potions. There's no reason to have this many tiny potions at this point. Create 1, learn the recipe, go into your crafting menu, you can do them all at once now. Identified. Alright, I'm gonna clear out my inventory. Nabora should have money.
She looks at you with wet eyes and manages a wink before returning to her work.
Good to see you. Oh, Dallas, you maniac.
Kervin stares at the body of his dead comrade, tightly gripping his weapon in a cold fury.
You cannot stand against the Shriekers, not without stronger weapons than these.
What do I usually craft? Lockpicks, teleport scrolls. As far as actual crafting goes, that's kind of it, unless you count combining potions as crafting. I don't really do a whole lot of crafting otherwise. These are all just I picked up as I went. Some grenades, maggot grenades potentially. I probably won't need maggot grenades though. They're a bit strong and I don't need them. But they're there as an option.
As you approach, Gratiana turns to you. Her moves are lighter now. Her voice is warmer, but still tempered by the scene around her.
I can use these, I suppose.
It would be a sweet.
Since she doesn't have good boots right now. And nails on boots, I guess. So you're immune to slipping.
You would attack the Magister.
Even crappy white boots back here.
Are you so eager to die?
It's better than not having it.
You cannot stand.
Useful when you have a Hydro Mage on your team, so you don't screw over your melee characters. Okay, so the middle of the swamp is entirely done. With the dragon, Rebecca Cave, the maze, and the Blind Magister left. I'm going to quickly go do the Blind Magister. So we have our Magister here. He's blind, alone, scared and afraid. We're going to go talk to him.
A young Magister tenderly thinks.
Stop! Stop! Who goes there?
You're free to tell him you're a sorcerer. He's going to try to arrest you, which is actually what I want.
Escaped.
He sidles blindly.
Laugh at
beside
him.
I can't let you
Tell him
go.
he can't be
You
serious.
He
understand?
continues to grope toward.
And we offer to help.
His
Reach out a
sword
hand.
He clings tightly to your forearm, getting his
Continue
bearings.
holding.
We beat them back. I have a job.
He pulls a pair of.
You get to this
shackles
eventually. Hold still and
pulls
allow
them
him to shackle you.
toward you.
He won't actually, because what ends up happening
Do you hear that?
is we get ambushed by 4 skeletons. Conveniently of which are all made of XP. The Blind Magister is also made of XP. He will not be surviving this fight. I can just use my free AP to get behind you. We'll let him help for now, though. Have our Elven Skeleton down here. Get them wet with the water near me. What is your resistance? Oh, you just had a lot of magic armor. Should freeze both of them quite easily here. He'll probably throw a grenade at me, otherwise he has to come over here. I'm fine with letting that happen. Just throw some AoEs down here. That didn't bounce. Why not?
Warning is mine.
I just realized Fane's still low health. I didn't even heal him. Just aim an AoE here. Don't really care if I hit the Magister.
Yield to none.
Didn't even throw a grenade. Didn't do anything useful. I can let those two have some fun for a while. Losa can refreeze those two, so I can focus on you.
Glory is mine.
Battle Stomp can backstab. How much damage do I have right now? 190%. You have 49 armor. I think this is enough. I'm not officially doing the math. Yes, it was. Our poor blind man can't hit anything. Must be blind. That automatically refroze you. 29 health left, which is nice. You can use Crippling Blow to kill him for an Executioner proc and a small AoE. Finish you off with 2 attacks. We'll let Zabeel finish that off. You need to make sure that Magister Loke is actually an enemy when you kill him. If he dies to the skeletons while still being yellow, you will not get XP for him. I think I'm fine letting you move. I want to still deal with you.
Hurts, doesn't it?
There's a chance this guy kills Fane, because I just forgot to heal Fane earlier. That's fine.
Prepare yourself.
Nope. Fane has been spared. I'm actually just going to teleport you pretty much in place for damage, since I can't use poison spells on you. Drained wands for selling. Not really useful for anything. There's a bear cub over here. I could kill it for XP. I'm feeling generous today. We will go inside Rebecca's cave and deal with her. She has something that I want. As far as this fight setup goes, if you have anybody go down there and talk to her, she will, during the conversation, disease whoever's talking to her. So you can either start the fight without talking to her and nobody is diseased. Alternatively, I'll have someone go talk to her. Fortify doesn't cure disease. I thought it did. Never mind. For some reason I thought I remembered it curing disease. So we will not be going to talk to Rebecca. We will instead initiate the combat ourselves. There will be a lot of zombies, a lot of bugs, Rebecca herself. It is impossible to be faster than Rebecca. You can't see it because I don't have 5 Lore Master yet, but she has something like 100 initiative. You're not getting that on Fort Joy. One of the few fights that you cannot plan that for. She's also, as you can see, resistant to basically everything. Quite an annoying enemy. One of the harder fights. We should be fine though, we're over leveled. Just in case I mess up, we'll quick save. That said, I don't want everybody grouped up. Put Beast down here. I'll keep him sneaking, but zombies will spawn and reveal him, so he'll still be in the fight. What are you least resistant to? Pretty much even on both water and fire, or water and earth. How's your poison? 20. It's not like I'm going to be using poison dart during the fight. Try to get as much damage on her as I can before the fight actually starts, because she takes time to summon everything. So these enemies are quite annoying as well. They reflect damage, they explode when they die. So lots of stuff to kind of be wary about. The bugs have ranged attacks and can fly around. Rebecca has Shackles of Pain and various spells that she can cast. Alright, so we'll start our normal method of denying turns. You'll be denied by Losa. You go next, you're a chicken. Let's group up these enemies as much as possible. So unfortunately I cannot make them wet and keep a surface for myself. I think I will opt to making them wet instead. What's your resistances, if any? 20. I believe I can hit. Yeah, I can hit all of them. The hitbox of the bug is a little further down because it's hovering. So Rebecca's gonna get a turn before all my characters. As I mentioned earlier, she does have Shackles of Pain, so I will actually use one of my scrolls here to give Losa armor back so that she cannot be shackled. Otherwise, more damage in our big AoE we've created over here. Can I reach Sabine? I would like to give Sabine haste here, because I want her to reach Rebecca. So what are we looking at here? So now she's stunned. Would like to fix that as well. We'll just jump in the middle. Same logic as the fortify. Let's cure that. Because I need her alive for her turn. Probably won't be enough damage. just keep doing damage. I actually want to auto her, so that next turn I can knock her down. Keep these guys from moving. Might actually just kill them. Yep. So what are we left with? We're left with a chicken over here, 2 bugs, a zombie right here. See, I think the zombie's getting highlighted here. Perhaps not. I don't think I can hit both of them. I think I only really care about the bug though. So Rebecca gets a turn, because she, of course she does. This blood is kind of messing me up. Since she's shocking my characters with blood underneath them, the blood then stuns my characters. So I have this bug way over here. I can actually reach you with auto attacks. Can I reach you with chloroform too? That's fine. We have a zombie here. He's low health. As I mentioned earlier, these zombies actually explode. So hopefully he's close enough to somebody to hurt them. Indeed he was. So nice AoE to both of them actually. So I got an Executioner proc. I'm actually going to use Medusa Head here, I think, to deny this bug its turn, since I can't kill it. So Rebecca will get one more turn here. I can't really stop that. How much damage can I put into her though? I'm gonna put her down here. Wasn't a very good position for me. Rebecca has a habit of wanting to go to specific positions, so if you teleport down to the middle, she's going to try to path somewhere. Quite silly of her, to be honest. So we have our bug over here who goes next. I would like to deny that bug a turn. Sabila is way over here. I don't have my jump available, but I do have backlash. I will use backlash on my own totem. Use my free AP to get as close as possible, and knock down the bug. So he's still petrified because Beast is standing next to it. I don't have to worry about him. Might as well just focus damage on this bug.
Read the Reupload for me.
Doesn't really matter what I do here with Beast. Yeah, even being over leveled, you can see some of my characters took quite a lot of damage. It was mostly Rebecca doing all of that. She's quite a strong NPC for this point in the game.
Out of the frying pan and
Didn't mean to talk to you, sorry Beast. I'll talk to you all later before I leave. Rebecca has a wand that I want. She has a Hydro wand. Very, very good wand. Specifically for my Hydro mage. It may only be level 6, so it won't be great for auto-attacking, but it has 1 intelligence and 1 Hydro. Which is pretty much perfect for what I want. And I do actually still gain damage over using the electric one, so. Another wand. I don't need this many wands, but I have them now. So we've killed Rebecca. We specifically have her wand, which you can come up here to give to the dragon here, which will then free him. Unfortunately for the dragon, I want something that he has that I will not get if I free him. So I plan to kill the dragon. Now the dragon is quite tough, obviously. He's also completely immune to water damage, has a ton of magic armor, and restores a small amount of magic armor every turn, which means that my mages will be particularly useless in this fight.
Icy claws. Quakes from the impact knock you back.
So, you two can just go hang out over here. You're not going to be relevant. We will let Beast and Sabile take care of this. Due to the general threat that Slain is, I'm going to actually somewhat set this up a bit better though. This is going to require... Don't need Venom Coating really, because he's so much magic armor. I need Chameleon Cloak for this, however. Do a quick save in case I mess up. So we've broken the pillars, which you need to do in order to even fight him, or talk to him. And we'll just start attacking him. Just do as much damage as I can. We're gonna go invisible. There's a chance he tries to find me by using Whirlwind. He doesn't always though. I'm hoping that he just doesn't. Oh, this is still a thing. I actually didn't. I thought they patched this out. They didn't patch that out. Okay. So Slane's... What's happening here is despite being immune to his own ice, he is trying to avoid standing on his own ice. But by running around, he's bleeding, which is causing more ice to appear under him. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sabile, no. I was too caught up in the moment. Do you live? Alright, I made it in time. I just need a scroll now. I don't think this cures freezing, does it? No. That's pretty funny that that's still a thing.
I wonder for how long he roamed the earth. And now he's gone.
Alright, so you get a book from him. It could be... You have a chance to get a level 9 book here. So you could potentially get something like Other Swap early if you're really lucky. I didn't, but that's fine. Group everybody back up. Anyways, the reason I wanted to kill him specifically, aside from just getting more loot, is for this weapon in particular. +1 intelligence, +1 Hydra Fist. Also has strength and warfare, so you could make the argument that you put this on Beast. 10% crit chance, just all around an extremely good sword. I plan to hold it on Sabine. I do need 1 more strength for it, however. So I will not be wielding it quite yet. So I think for now, what is Beast's accuracy if I wear this though? Because it is a level 9 weapon. 95%. I might be fine with that. I don't actually gain that much damage though. Although I do in here. 88, 64. Not that much damage. I don't think I want to risk missing. We'll just hang on to this weapon. Once I can respec, I'll equip it on Losa.
Not without stronger weapons than these.
We'll find
As you approach, Gratiana turns to you. Her moves are lighter now. Her voice.
It would be...
As you approach, Gratiana turns to you. Her moves are lighter now. Her voice is warmer, but still tempered by the scene around her.
Very good. Extremely good, actually. Also very good. Alright.
It would be a...
So Beast got some upgrades here.
You would attack the Magisters directly.
Because
Are you
this
so
ring
eager
is
to
a dead
die,
ring,
Seeker?
so warfare.
You cannot
Necklace with
stand
2
against
strength,
the Shriekers.
1 warfare,
Not
extremely
without
good.
Stronger weapons than these.
And these gloves,
We'll find them.
initiative,
Or
crit
we'll find
chance.
another way.
I think I actually want the crit chance here. Does anybody need teleport still? You actually don't have teleport. So I can give that to you
You
for
would
now.
attack the Magisters directly.
I've been
Are
holding
you
on
so
to these
eager to
thinking
die,
maybe eventually I'll need them. I haven't found a
You
use for them.
cannot stand against the Shriekers. Not without stronger weapons than these.
What's your helmet? Scoundrel?
We'll find
This will
them.
actually be
We'll find another
pretty
way.
good. The Geo will make Venom coating stronger. The Finesse into Scoundrel is pretty much the same damage.
You would attack the Magisters directly. Are you so eager to die, Seeker? You cannot stand against the Shriekers. Not
Okay.
without stronger weapons
So
than
all that
these.
is left is the
We'll
maze,
find them.
and
We'll find
then
another
the
way.
added content for the pirates. We'll go do the maze real quick. I'm not going to really bother with the pirates until after level 9, because really there's no reason to. They don't give XP. So we will make our way to the entrance of the maze. I forgot to identify that. This I'll actually probably use here. So we have our entrance to the maze. If you still have the cursed ring that you get from the Trompdoy encounter at the end here, If you wear the ring and talk to the statue here, you can automatically teleport to the end. There's also the back way that you can do and then talk to the end. I do not recommend doing either of those methods. I recommend actually doing the maze. You get a significantly better reward for doing so, as well as XP. It's also rather easy once you do it. You can do it the same way every time. So we'll walk up.
You are not Brack. You may stay. Maybe you'll find they all.
Gargoyle lets us in. He's expecting us to die. There's a pressure plate on the floor here, which spawns the skull here.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
The skulls are used to open doors once in the maze. We use one skull here.
These skulls crumble to dust after
There will be a fight when I walk in here with 3 fire skeletons. They are immune to fire. They're immune to poison. Using earth spells might as well heal them because it creates fire explosions. So for Fane in particular, I'm actually going to be equipping Migo's ring. Restoration will be one of his damaging sources for this fight. It's a fight that you can walk in, you get talked to before the fight starts.
The gargoyle taps one stony claw upon its plinth as it rasps a message to you.
Riddle me this, wanderer.
Allows you to reposition if you so desire. And we have our skeletons. Spiel's kind of in the wrong spot. So I'm gonna bring you here. Can I see you? I cannot. We'll just move you here then. I'll let him have a turn. I'm not too worried about him. Can CC the other two with Sabil on her turn. Just grouping these two up. Don't think I can get a water surface here because of all the fire. Maybe something will show up. Doesn't look like it. But these guys are significantly weaker to water, so I'm not exactly worried about actually being able to freeze them. How much magic armor do you have? Not quite. Actually, I did. How much armor do you have? You have none, so free knockdown. These enemies will explode when they die, so that's something to potentially keep in mind. I'm going to cast Restoration on this skeleton so Sabil can CC him on her turn. As well as just do some AoE damage. Something to keep in mind when you teleport enemies around, especially if you have a rogue on your team, is how accessible will those enemies be after you teleport them. Sabil wants to backstab this guy, so I don't want to teleport him right here because it'll put his backstab range in where these guys are. So I'm instead going to teleport him onto this side of them so that his back is right here. This now gives me room to now be behind him. You're knocked down. I don't have any AP, but that's fine. Just put a totem here. Kill secured. We have low health targets, pretty easy AoEs. A lot of healing because they exploded with fire damage, but that's fine, I should have the damage to finish you off. Easy fight. And now we have this man in the middle that's been crying the entire time, something about being on fire. Apparently it hurts. Don't know what that's about. The solution to the puzzle, you put out the fire with blood, which we can use our elf for. Easy way to do is click past him. Once you're on top of it, press escape to stop your movement. And use flesh sacrifice. He's now no longer on fire, however he is still cursed and will slowly bleed to death. The solution would be now to bless him. However, there is actually no reason to bless this man. And unfortunately for him, as many creatures in this world will also have this fate, he's made of XP. So I'm going to kill him.
Hurts, doesn't it?
We'll wait for one more blood tick to just make sure it doesn't steal our kill.
Greet the Reaper for me.
Putting out the fire gives you this portal. So we already have the portal there. And blessing him will give you a portal here, where this head is, which then leads up to here to this chest. However, you don't need a portal if you have a jump. As such, there is no reason to actually bless the skeleton other than lore purposes. Free purple item. Gloves could be useful. Go back through. So we got our skull. Wait, where'd my skull go? There it is. We have 2 more skulls. One for this door. And one for this door. 3 skulls. The passage from start to finish is all you need to complete the maze in a way that pleases the gargoyle. And so we can walk up here. The gargoyle will say you deserve a reward.
You have earned your reward.
And you get purple items. Wits, not horrible, not great. 2 strength, that's good for beast. Don't need an air wand, don't need a water scythe. I think I will be taking this. I think the 2 strength is probably the best reward here. 2 Hydra Fist, 1 Geo chest piece here. That's quite good. So that's to identify. I don't need this anymore. Well, that was actually Fane's. I'll look at these a little bit later. There is another chest with a purple in here. It's a spear, not useful for us. Would be great if you had a spear user, because chances are you probably didn't get a spear weapon at any point while you're here. Okay, let's look at these. 2 Hydra Fist. I really need teleport, but this is extremely good. 2 Hydra Fist is fantastic. What's Fane's? Summoning. I don't really have to worry about undead fights, so I could justify this just for the Geo point. This is just a straight upgrade for him. What do I do about this? Because I want teleport. I don't need the wits and crit chance on Losa. So I could give the gloves back. And use this for more damage. Just hang on to this. Might use it later. Definitely use that later. can go inside this tower now. We have ourselves some skeletons. I accidentally clicked on the ladder. We have ourselves a group of skeletons over here. These are their jars with their souls in it. They are unable to die. If you kill them in combat, you will get XP for killing them once, but then they'll just keep resurrecting. So we place their jars on the floor. I'm actually going to save here and kind of show this. So if you talk to them, you'll start combat with them.
As you enter the room,
You're not one of them. That I've...
I will not...
If you care about lore, feel free to read all that. Alright, so we're in combat with them. If we kill them, we get XP. There's also a quest to break their jars. And I'm going to show this kind of a bit of a quirk that you need to know of for here. If you break all of the jars at once, alright, this has now been ruined and I can't show this properly. We'll just let them have a turn. Will these hit? Yes, if they're highlighted, it will. Who's got a good AoE I can use? Beast does. We'll get to Beast then, to show it. There's oil here though. Alright, so this should hit all of them. I don't know why it's not. It's being stubborn. So I guess I'll just explain. You want to break them one at a time as opposed to breaking them all together. If you break them all together, the quest will not properly update and give you the full XP. So we will slowly take our time to break one.
Thanks, young one. Oh, tiny death.
Break two.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
And break three.
Farewell to flesh.
So we get our bonus XP. The 4,200 was from completing the quest, which is no longer here. If you break them all at the same time, the quest does not properly update and you do not get the full XP for doing so. So make sure to break the jars one at a time. Whether or not you're in combat or out of combat, it doesn't really matter. This body has the key for this door. Got a grate down here we can go into. It's a little library. Some paintings, bookshelves with paper. We'll try to pick some up. Might be useful throughout our playthrough. Get some Lucky Charm procs. I think I have Lucky Charm somewhere. Purple item in this chest. More paintings to sell. I'm mostly just grabbing this for paper, because I'll probably make more teleport scrolls throughout the playthrough. Pull the lever, opens the door over here. Just lets you back out. Here's another statue you can use to learn Bless with if you haven't already up to this point. The other one's being in the Trompdoi cave and the other one by the Deep Dweller. This is a chest which was added with the Relics of Rivellon quest. It is the first piece of the Devourer armor set. We bless the chest and pick it up, and we get talked to by the Devourer. And we now have his gloves. I don't care about the research notes. These are quite good gloves for strength characters. Even more crit chance than these. I don't need the initiative on Beast since Sabile's going first anyways. The Worm Tremor spellbook is always here. More paintings. Mind Maggot grenade, or jar that you can make into a grenade. Teleport scroll. Pick it up. Pick this lock. In the room is a lockpick anyways, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Walking into here will open the cage with the zombie. We are not scared of the zombie. Let's let the zombie come to us. And we can just wait. No effort required. Go through this door. Don't walk through here. If you decide to walk through here, you will die. Observe.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
You will die. There is a well over here. We will not be doing anything with the well for now. You can get a lot of rings and belts out of the well, but the rings and belts scale with the level of your character. So we want to get level 9 before doing so. Sabile, what are you doing? Get back up. So we have ourselves a source wall here interacting with this pillar with a source point. Will allow you to use your source point to open the wall. If you do not have a source point and you helped Withermore way back at the start of the act, he will show up here to help you. However, since when we did that, we actually fought Withermore, we will instead have this interaction where he spawns in. This is generally, I think, unintended that this does it this way, but it's kind of funny that it happened. You don't get any XP for killing him here, so other than just to show that this is happening, there's no reason for me to actually be doing this. No XP. If you keep interacting with it, he'll keep showing up. So we'll simply talk to this with someone with a source point, call up your source point, wall goes away. Inside this vase is always chain lightning, so if you have an Aerothurge mage, incredibly useful, very strong spell, especially to have right before the final fight with Alexander. Some lootable chests. We will use Beast to loot these because they require strength. This has a Brachus armor piece in it. I think you need 18 strength to open this sarcophagus in particular. Alright, so I don't need chain lightning. More purple, another purple. Don't need that. Alright, quickly make a pit stop to the castle to get my source points back that I'm currently missing. So just why do you have an extra memory? Oh, right. Actually, don't need this, so we'll just do that.
If I were you, I'd stay close to Sir Gareth once the fighting begins.
As you approach, Gratiana turns to you. Her moves are lighter now. Her voice is warmer, but still tempered by the scene around her.
It would be a...
Might as well, just a straight upgrade.
You would attack the Magisters directly? Are you
Not
so
useful.
eager to die, Seeker? You cannot stand against the
I'll hold
shriek.
on to this for level
Not
9.
without
Actually, I can
stronger
hold this now.
weapons than
Shields
these.
don't matter what level you are.
We'll find them, or we'll find another way.
Not using spears. Completely
You would attack
unneeded.
the Magisters directly? Are you so eager to die, Seeker?
Have I left anything? Shriekers.
We'll find them, or we'll find another way.
We are pretty much almost done. Let's summon up our last fight before Alexander.
We'll find them, or we'll find another way.
You would attack the Magisters directly?
I'll do it on Sabine,
Are
actually.
you so eager to die, Seeker? You cannot
It's been
stand
cursed.
against the shrieks. Not without...
This helmet that we got from the Brachus vault in the castle has Purge on it. You use Purge 3 times, and a demon will spawn. The demon has, I believe, 24 initiative. We have 20, but with Peace of Mind, that puts us above him, which is why you need 20 initiative on for Joy. Any more is unnecessary.
Shriekers make my blood run cold. Don't let it see you. I could have sworn my helmet just jolted when
So
I
that's the
consumed
second
swords
one.
just now.
So before we purge the final one, we will Peace of Mind ourselves.
My helmet. It's getting tight.
As the source flows into your body, you feel a sudden gloom. Your helmet starts to twist.
Hell's teeth, but not as sweet as the sauce you. I've been.
Doesn't matter what you say to him, the fight will always happen.
I need more.
His back is unfortunately in the wrong spot, but I should have the damage anyways to immediately CC him. I don't think he really has room to move. Well, let's turn him into a chicken anyways. Put your helmet back on. get the helmet back. Now it can just be sold.
As you approach, Gratiana turns to you. Her moves are lighter now. Her voice is warmer, but still tempered by...
It would be a...
If I were you, I'd stay close to Sir Gareth once the fighting begins. Whatever path he takes will be the surest way to victory.
You would attack the Magisters directly. Are you so eager to die, Seeker?
Okay, we can purge our last Shrieker here. They'll all walk up and want to leave now.
Praise be. You have any more mirror? We've got a boat, so we split. Are you ready?
You're ready for battle.
Seeker.
And they all will run off. We will purge the last Shrieker here just in case I need to retreat at any point so that I don't have that issue. Put our wand back on. Might as well put something in here. Thunder Rim sounds good. So I believe I have done everything. If you have companions in your party, like I do, at certain points it may be wise to actually start talking to them, going through their dialogue, learning more about them to gain influence with them.
I must say, I was lacking skin, may make... However, they are given
move
enough
is.
time. I must procure... While there are certain... It seems supporting the Seekers... Ah, this is perhaps the first intelligent question you have asked. After all, one should always try to learn. My people are... We seek to master... We craft wonders to love... Aye, there are rumors that some have been found...
Certain dialogue options, as you can see right here, will gain you influence with companions.
I was trying to... But wherever the artifacts of might... There is a great variety among... This is what you almost... Walking
Basically,
through this
just
world
don't be
is
an
a
asshole to your
repulsively
companions. Pretend
no
you have
offense,
any
of
interest.
course. Well, of course it is. It was 100% ethically harvested from mortals, too. Oh, you simply wait until the creature is dead. Although, I will never understand why you have so up to a point. The face's poison is... Not for them, of course. But it's significantly more relaxing for me. Indeed. Oh, she was a god. When I wore flesh. Oh, no. Well, I'm not... No. They are naturally, and there was an awful lot of sneering. Oh, what do you... If you wish to know what... Each of the Vrogear was large. You were crafted as an act of ego. But one could...
And you can always, at any point you desire, check your influence with your allies. We have 52 with Fane, for example.
Out of the frying pan and... Well, it just so happens that getting off... Fine, you get the gist though. So, here's... You noticed that, eh? Well, so... Anywho, let's... To make an overlong story... Then I came upon the victory. Nice shit. The Royal Sailors... I'm not pie... Now, let's see how... So... Yeah. Hoping to find this... Is that so? Look, I don't know where you've been and what...
So Beast handed me his letter. I can read it if so desire.
So,
Talk to him about it.
you read through it all. Not much more than the paper told you. Listen up. Then Queen Laura died. Then it spread. There was no way to live.
Shadows.
A storm is brewing.
Speak if you wish to. Unless you love the
A lot
idea
of
of a
dialogue
life
for her,
knee deep in
apparently.
swamp water, I suggest in a final heartbeat. Why? Did you assume I wouldn't? The only thing, and one must cull, so one day I'll know who they were. The master. If he be... Until it is over, I will be nothing but vengeance.
She returned.
A lovely little promise to make. We'll see how, but still. They are... inconsequent. My. I did get you all worked up, didn't I? Afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight.
She pulls her hand away, quickly and violently.
No, it's... You see... Like all from time to precious time. If the present, you can see this. You must thank you. How romantic a concession to let a woman kill when she's so... You don't say? I too. Of course, when I say pleasure, I mean the like death and desperation. I'd rather...
She hesitates, but you...
The thing is, Dear Sindilius, the old father.
Her eyes.
Beware of divinity, and yet he treated me all too mortal. His was a. Why would I obey such a god? Like I said, but I do appreciate this. I'm here to hunt, remember? Here to play a game.
One of her eyes.
A touchy subject, I warn you. Very clever.
Just every so often, kind of talk to your companions. Get some free influence with them. You'll want the influence later on in the game. And I'll just give this back to Beast because it doesn't feel right for me to hold on to it. So we've done pretty much everything. The only thing actually left to do is the pirates from the added relics of Rivellon. Well, there's a fight down here, followed by a fight up to the left and in the right, and then a cave. So all that's really left right now is our fight with Alexander. I'm going to quickly go check Fetter to see if she has any updated inventories. Maybe I'll need something else.
Armadia's blessing be upon you.
What you
How
got
can
for
I
me?
help you?
Anything neat? What am I currently using as a helmet? Because I wanted to use this, right?
Bye now.
I don't think it makes any difference right now.
Armadia's blessing be upon you. How can I help you?
Could use this for the intelligence over my water wand. But I don't think I will, because the water wand's better for me to actually just attack with. Alright, you don't have anything for me. There's a couple ways I can approach this. I could do the fight normally. I just go down there with my 4-man party in position. I can do a somewhat cheesy method where I allow the worm to spawn and let them all deal with it and see how they do. I think I'm actually going to opt into that method, mostly to show it off. I'll just save real quick. This is the way I would recommend doing it, especially if you're doing any solo play. So we'll take our resident invisible rogue. What do I not need? Probably peace of mind. And if I'm going to do this method, I actually can do this first. If you don't plan to just jump down there and do the fight from the beginning as a party, you can actually steal the Geist away pretty safely, especially with Fire Out Man. The Geist is probably the most dangerous enemy down here as an individual threat. You'll basically one-shot your whole team, or anybody on your team. I don't want to risk the chicken running back down there, so we'll knock you down. Find the water, step on the water for elemental affinity. And that's the Geist taken care of before we even start the fight. This does make them all hostile, so I cannot jump down there without immediately starting the fight. If you wish to do the fight normally, I would recommend jumping down there without killing the Geist. That way you can position your characters while in conversation. And so with that in mind, now that the Geist is gone, and they're all hostile,
if any Seekers survive, we'll have to
I'll jump down here, just do whatever, listen to the fun music. Alright, that's my contribution to the fight. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Gonna go hide in the corner. They don't know where I went. I'm invisible. I will now sneak by pressing C. I'm now sneaking in the corner, so when I become visible, they still won't know where I am. The worm spawns. It's supposed to wait until Alexander's third turn. It has spawned early for some reason. I am fine with that. And the goal here is to let the worm and the Magisters fight, and then we will deal with the fight after that. We are hoping that the worm kills at least one, maybe two, hopefully weakens Alexander. But we are also hoping that the Magisters do win, because the Magisters are significantly less risky than the Void Worm being alive. I'm still invisible, they don't know where I am. So I am not a target for anybody. Earth Mucus in here would be fantastic. It's just going to auto attack, not really be useful. The worm is not really doing anything useful, which is unfortunate, but we should be fine regardless. One more turn for the worm. Don't know what this is supposed to be. Probably one of the least useful worms I've seen in a while. So be it. Alright, so the worm is dead. I have a double turn on Sabile. I can bring the rest of my party in safely, and we will now kill the Magisters. Little Sabile bush in the corner. Really the only question is, where exactly do I actually want to go with these guys? I think I want Fane just up there. We'll just pop him in right here. Actually, I know what I'm going to do with you. We're going to toss a dwarf at our enemies. Alright, so everybody's in combat. The Void Worm is dead, the Geist is dead. The Worm did some damage, not very much, honestly. A little disappointed by that. We'll have Sabile, I think, focus on Alexander. She should be able to take down his armor with her 2 turns. As for you, Fane, let's group up the assassin with the archer so they're on low ground. I can help with Alexander with Beast. Can I see up here? I would like to be up there on the high ground.
Glory is mine.
So, logic as before, I want the water under myself while still making everybody wet, so we aim our cursor on the current platform we are standing on while everybody's still being in the ring. There is electrified water here. Does that allow me to... Can I get on it? 0 AP? Apparently... Right there? Yes. Perfect. UI glitch. Okay, skip me my spells. We'll just do more damage and let the chicken walk around. He does have walk it off, so he will be a chicken for only 1 turn. Completely fine. Metamorph is going to get a turn, so I didn't CC her. One for him to CC him. 2 more just to do damage on these 2. And 1 AP encourage, because why not? She'll probably teleport someone. Not really worried about it. So Alexander's a bit of a threat again. You're frozen. You're frozen, which means Alexander is the next in line. He has no armor because of Sabine. And I can help with the metamorph. So you're still frozen. Hey, the better music's back on. So you're knocked down, but I still want to go and deal with you because you will not be long. Maybe do a drive-by on the way there, as I get slowed. And we'll spend 2 AP getting to him, save 1 AP, get hasted by an ally most likely. Metamorphic in 1 more turn. I'm fine with that. What is your resistances? Blood totem for physical damage. Not much else to do with her. She has no spells. One of the downsides of a Hydra mage with elemental affinity. I've used all my spells and have nothing left to do. See what the knight does. They'll finally get to play the game. Maybe kill Sabine. She lives. How much does this burning do? Not enough. Or blood totems for physical damage. They lied to me. It did more damage than it was supposed to. How much armor do we have here? I'm actually going to delay here. I want to get to the end of the turn order. I cannot safely do anything because of the number not being correct. I think I have like 2 things for some reason. Right. So the reason I wanted to delay was so I actually had time to fix some of these problems without them being able to respond to it. For example, I can resurrect Sabine. Suppose that is what happened, isn't it? Just didn't think about it at the time. Alright. But we're back in. So I pretty easily do this again. This metamorph has caused me too many issues because I'm letting her do things. Let's fix that. Stuff seems to be better in control again. Let's go back down there. Oh, there was oil there. I was gonna batter him, man. Can't see. Let's not make that mistake again.
Glory is mine.
Double knockdown. A little sloppy, but not too bad. We're level 9. Have our resident demon elf.
I'm
Doesn't matter what order you do all this in.
Tell me.
Her eyes.
No.
She leans.
How long has it been possessed? Listen.
She mentions the demon with Losa in particular.
Luckily for me, life and now. Show me. I do. Hey.
She exactly.
You. I'm. Come then. We set sail. You'll have to.
Melody.
After
You get a warning.
darling.
If you accept to get on the boat, you cannot backtrack anymore. Ask her to wait. We have a couple more things to do. She will come down here and wait. There's a chest here. Probably nothing good, but we're going to loot anyways. We get our depressing demon Losa music playing. How nice. Okay. So the only things left to do is the pirate stuff from the Relics of Rivellon, as well as go back to that well that was in the tower, because we are now level 9, which means that the rings that we get out of the well will also be level 9. Don't care about your journal, Alexander. Saving your runes. 2 strength. Not better than this. Don't need it. Quickly sell off my items. I'm uninterested in whatever ring she has at this point.
She looks at you with
far
red
too late
eyes and manages a
in the
wink
playthrough.
before returning to.
Good to see you.
But she can identify these for me.
She looks at you with wet eyes and manages a wink before returning to her work.
Not useful, not useful, not useful.
Good to see you.
And go check Fetter's inventory as well. Red flags are usually associated with quests, but sometimes they just kind of get left there based on whatever's going on. The Place of Longing is in particular this quest, which is the Relics of Rivellon quest for the Devour armor set. You don't need to go back for it. Wendigo's flag up here is likely there specifically because I have Fane in my party, and Wendigo was a point of interest for her. However, I already did that and got the mask. For some reason, her flag is still there. And this one's Malady. Red flags are usually quest markers for active quests you currently have. Sometimes they don't go away properly. Other times they're just sort of there forever despite not really having a purpose.
Armadia's blessing.
I'm not
be
really
upon
interested
you.
in weapons.
How can I help you?
Because I'm probably not going to have any big serious fights for a while, unless you count the pirate fights. Which I suppose you can make an argument that I might need something for that. But I am interested in armor, rings, and that sort of thing. Which she doesn't really have. I'll buy this, these are useful.
Bye now.
And before I leave, I'll put on my thieving gloves. Actually, instead of doing this now, I should actually wait until I go to the well, because I might get a belt with +1 thieving. Oh, I just didn't go back there yet. I can go there now, though, if you want me to show it. It should go away when I go over there. You get a note from the first chest where I got the gloves in. But basically, every time you pick up a piece of the Devourer armor set, you get a dialogue with the Devourer, and he tells you where to go next, and then when you go to those areas, you'll see these orange highlights.
That's strange. The books and but you're so
excellent.
Invisible.
The wayward you will leave.
Something except the heat.
Yeah, 25 XP, not really worth anything. And now the flag's gone. Alright, so before I do the pirate fights, I might as well get as strong as possible. I'm gonna go get my rings. You can actually jump up here from down here. If you look at the ground, you'll see like a lot of little pebbles here where my cursor is if you stand here. Take your jump. Despite not seeing where you can jump, you still can. I don't need to do it with the rest of my party because they're still chained to me. By going into a different area, they will come with me. You immediately get slowed by a bunch of oil. And we are here for the well. As you talk to the well, you will eventually be given a prompt to give it money. You have 3 options of giving it money. You always want to give it the highest amount of money you can. It gives you the best reward. You can do this well with every single one of your characters. In addition to doing it with every single character, you can also do it with every single race. So we use our Master the Shapeshifter. Walk up and talk to the well after giving it water.
The well is now filled to the brim with fresh.
And you get a bunch of dialogue. You press the 1 key 10 times, and you'll be met with the prompt. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you pick the 3rd option for 150 gold. You give it money, and you get an item back.
Laden with.
So we got a purple belt. I can change my race.
Something has changed.
And repeat the process.
The well is now used. Laden with.
And you do it for all 4 of the races with the mask, including your own race. As you can see, I just turned into a human.
The well is now used. The well is now used. Laden. The well is now used. Laden with.
I'm going to not look at any of this gear until I am done.
The well is now used. Laden. The well is now used.
Skipped lizard by accident.
The well is now used. Laden with a. The well is now laden.
I'm actually curious if this was entirely intended. In a way, it does make sense, because as far as the well is concerned, you are different people.
Laden with
My false.
the well is used.
Alright, it is the same with Thane, despite having somewhat unique dialogue. 10 times into 3.
The well is now used. The well is now used. Laden with. The well is now used. The well is now used.
I still have a basic helmet on Thane. I guess I might as well equip this, even though it doesn't do anything for me. Didn't realize I still had that. Oops. Don't want all this on the first hotbar. Also don't really want that, but...
The well is now used. 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 Laden with. The well is now used. Laden.
Alright, and that's the well with all 4 characters, 5 times each. Let us see what we got. Let's put it all. I'm trying to not look at the stats yet. I want to look them all at once because it's more fun that way. What's up, Matilda? Alright, so we got... In my experience, you will pretty much always get 10 of each with a 4-man party. Okay. Yeah, these have the potential to be rings and belts you're gonna wear for almost the entire game, because you don't even start getting legendary gear until what, level 14, 13 maybe from traders. So these are fantastic. Maybe fantastic. They might also have useless stats. Let's see what we got. Crit chance could be useful. Thieving, we'll keep that with the glove. Two-handed and initiative. I'm not using a two-handed warrior, unfortunately, but the initiative could be nice. Not useful. Not useful. Initiative, why not? Not useful. Crit chance. Not useful. Alright. So the belts suck. 2 ranged obviously would be good on a ranger. The two-handed would obviously be fantastic on a two-handed warrior, but yeah. Nothing actually useful. We did get a thieving belt, so hey, thieving belt. So really at this point we're just kind of deciding who gets what. Who wants crit chance? Who wants initiative? I think Sabine wants crit chance, or rather initiative. She doesn't actually need crit chance. Beast wants crit chance, which one's probably the best here. This one has Constitution, which means I can at least use that to equip shields later, so crit chance, Constitution, probably the best one of the bunch. And then just crit chance and initiative. I don't care who has initiative. You only have 8 crit chance. You have 11 crit chance. Actually, this will be 18 crit chance because I'm saving this. So I'll give you more crit chance. And then initiative on Fane. So the belt's unfortunate. 2 leadership, huh? I don't really value leadership. In most fights, once you get going, you just don't get hit anyways. Don't need resistances if you don't get hit much. But you can definitely make an argument for it. Just as a general party thing. You know, why not? Let's look at rings. Warfare, Necro. I mean, Warfare could be good. Summoning, but a scoundrel. I'm not a summoner. This would be great if I was a summoner. Hydra Fist, alright, that's for Losa. Pretty much automatically. Another Hydra, potentially for Losa. Scoundrel, look, that is absolutely fantastic for Spiel. This is probably an endgame ring right here. Arrow Geo, potentially for Fane. 2 Arrow Thurge, 1 Scoundrel. Okay, that's also useful. 2 Arrow Thurge gives me Teleport. When I can, you know, take points out. So this is kind of a save for later sort of ring. Wait, where'd it go? There it is. 1 Arrow, 1 Geo. Kind of the same boat as this. 3 Wits, 1 Warfare. That is fantastic for Beast. Wits is crit chance as well. 2 Pyro, 1 Huntsman, 1 Wits. This would be great on a Pyro Mage, which I am not one of. And these 2 are going to be better for Losa anyways, so I don't need the Hydro here. 2 Huntsman, 1 Pyro. This is probably the worst of the bunch. So what do we actually have here? Where's that other one? This ring goes to Sabil, who can replace the Geo ring. Where am I getting 2 Geo from? This, the helmet. And then you have a Pyro ring, which I kind of need. Did I get Pyro from anything else? I can just replace it, I guess. Maybe. The rings were much better than the other ones. Don't really need the Scoundrel on you. I had another one for you. Wits Warfare. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Scoundrel Summoning. Need to replace that one. So I'll just do. Don't need this anymore. Don't need that anymore. Arrow Geo. What are your rings like? You have an arrow and you have a Geo, so this can just flat out replace one of those. I'll hold on to this. I can't quite figure out if I need it. What's your arrow? You don't have any arrow. I'll hang on to this. The 2 Arrow Thurge and 1 Scoundrel is enticing. Don't think I need that. 1 Wits, 1 Hydro. Probably start getting rid of my totems here. Save you. Scoundrel Hydro. Two Hydro. Got some ring upgrades. You can use this weapon for now on Beast. Actually, no. I want to put that on Losa. We'll just get my... Actually, I don't need it anymore. I got strength from somewhere. So this will equip itself now. So I now have even more Hydro, more intelligence, and crit chance eventually, which will be useful. Eventually. Do I need this for anything? That's something I can do. I don't need this anymore, because I have teleport from the Arrow Thurge here. So these teleport gloves can go on somebody else if I would so desire, like Fane. Nice pants fan. Alright, so what do we need? I don't have Savage Sword yet. I don't need crit chance. Sabiel's the fastest anyway, so more intelligence. More Hydro. I don't need any more initiative here, so it's kind of the same logic applies here, just more damage. I don't think I need teleport on you right now. I don't need the arrow through point. Just go more scoundrel for movement and damage. So I don't need more spells, right? I have all the spells that I want for now. Maybe Peace of Mind, but that's fine. I'll be able to respec soon anyways. What about your damage and spells? Maybe we'll do a little bit of wits, a little more crit chance, a little more damage. Because crit chance is potentially useful on him still. And more warfare. Okay. So the only thing left to do now is to do the little pirate quests. They don't give XP, but they can potentially give you loot from the skeletons you kill. Why are you always stuck? Toss our dwarf over because he can't jump. Oh, that was Sabiel. I need fame. I've tossed dwarf a few times so far. I also didn't loot this. Where are you going? Starfish, golden money. So why not? Okay, so we have ourselves a chest and a cursed ring. So somebody needs to get bless. We can sacrifice Fane's source, I guess. Put bless on this hotbar instead of my main one. When blessing this, make sure you actually aim at the ring, not the chest. It has to be specifically the ring.
The lid flies open with a material.
Captain, thank you.
You could potentially pass the persuasion and avoid the fight.
Rise, ye dogs! Take the— Your death is beneath my—
Okay. Some minor positioning. Don't have to think too hard about it. These guys are only going to be like level 6. And they will all go after me because of the way the fight works. He'll summon all of his allies, which then get put at the end of the turn order, and then he leaves. So we now have all of our characters going first. Not very fair for them. Not really my problem. I think it's their problem. I'll just move you over here. Make them all wet while aiming the water at myself to give myself a surface for elemental affinity. Somewhat awkward terrain here. I can hit all three if I can aim it right. didn't hit them. That's fine. And Beast can deal with this guy.
I'm ready.
Will you sink or float?
Just keep denying turns. No reason to let the enemy play. This guy goes first, so we'll just aim ourselves at that. So he doesn't get to go. Don't really have anything left to hit her with, because she's undead. As you can see, we don't get any XP for killing them. They're added content, so as to not mess with the amount of XP you can normally get. They didn't allow you to get XP from them. I don't want to walk all the way around just to loot these bodies. Make sure to loot the chest for the book that's inside of it. And then read the book. We learn the password to the door in the cave. Head back to the abandoned camp. There will now be a pirate here. If you had come here previously before doing the fight I just did, you could actually dig up and loot this chest and get part of the captain set without these people being here.
An undead, you went back to the ship to put too late. He'll do it. I reckon, boys. Got fool to shred, so we do.
I can actually get a double knockdown here if I position myself behind you, which will be a backstab, battle and stop. Knocks both of them down.
Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself.
Should get a free executioner proc on this guy for more damage. happen to blow up a bunch of traps which explode on him. And I've been in this situation quite often. Fane doesn't really have any way of doing damage to this anymore because this does poison, this does poison. This does earth a little bit, but it also entangles it, which then does poison damage after the fact. But that's fine. Sabia will finish up the fight. And that is the second fight intended with the captain set. As I said, you can actually come here at any time and loot this chest if you have the thieving to do so. There's nothing in it now, because the captain showed up. I also forgot about this guy up here. There's a lone Magister way up here on the cliffside. He shows up when you send Gareth and the Seekers to the camp. Suppose I can kill him now. Actually wants to be up here. He's kind of in a bad spot. I can't get backstabs on him.
Greet the Reaper for me.
And that leaves one final fight, which will be down here in this cave. I'd like Beast to clear this out real quick. Jar of mine maggots with an empty grenade. Makes one of the most overpowered items in the game. Mine maggot grenade. 4 turns of charm in this AoE. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why this exists. It's just not fair for anybody involved. We might use it. Oops. Take a stretch quick. Alright, so we needed to read the book we got from the chest to open this door.
The ancient it also has
this ship as the claim
Say
of
the password.
Beat us.
The door swings open.
Game autosaves for us, how convenient. There will be one instance later that is not convenient when that happens. This is a fight that you will walk in, he will talk to you, and then the fight begins. So I can jump in,
These once
he'll talk to me.
magnificent quarters.
I can now position with my other characters however I see fit. Generally with Fane and Losa on high ground since they are mages. And just keep Beast down here. Now Zek Zapor is another enemy that is quite fast. I don't think you can be faster than him on Fort Joy. His opening turn will almost always be to try to chloroform somebody. Losa, or Sabile, has the least amount of magic armor, so I'm actually going to cast Peace of Mind on her before the fight starts. I need to unchain these guys so they stay put.
Why can't have the light the plan? Yes. No. Rise.
So Rise crew end this. Peace of mind on heals to protect her from the potential chloroform. And we'll see what he does. Is that going to put him to sleep? It does. Fair enough. Similar to the first fight, though, all his crew are at the end of the turn order because they got summoned after the fact. I'm going to probably immediately target him myself with Sabile, since Sabile is the most likely to be able to deal with him. I say that, how much actual water resistance do you have? Not much. I think I will not do that then. So instead, we'll just change my logic. We're going to go after this guy since he has no armor. And we'll pick on him a little bit. I want Losa to have more AP for her turn, so we'll haste her. Put you back down here. Give myself elemental affinity while making the enemies wet.
I'm ready.
This should be enough to freeze him with just 2 of them. I'll help work on this guy now instead. That is true. You can indeed immediately break the jar, similar to the necromancers in the tower. But I like killing him normally. It's a little more entertaining. I have access to restoration, so I can use that as a form of just damage on dead creatures. So that guy will die. Just do some AoEs. This hits everybody, even if they're on elevation. Depends on how far they are. There is no general rule for that. Alright. So I can CC him pretty easily with Sabile now. So we'll just go and do that. Zach got his turn skipped because he was frozen. So he was not of any risk to us. This will hit them. It'll actually knock down the other one. Kind of similar to the whirlwinds. Sometimes battle stomp can hit different elevations. There is no set rule as far as I know when that is applicable. Just kind of have to play it by eye. They are wet again because rain will apply the wet status on your next turn as well. So they are still wet. So I can immediately refreeze them. I have 1 AP left. Might as well throw my hands in the air. And what's with the frozen target? A person who's unfortunately has his back to Sabile. I don't want to spend 1 AP to get here, so I'll instead do this so I do at least some damage getting there. Crippling Blow will kill him, giving me an Executioner proc, as well as damaging them together, allowing me to do even more damage to Zach. I'll let Sabile finish him off. Just to make sure it actually kills him. And it does.
High and hail, wait. Beat us, we are slain. My jar.
He falls over. Says something about a jar. There you go, Zach. You can keep your jar. Take his clothes, he's now naked on the floor. So there is a potential that this is fine for right now. 2 Scoundrel isn't bad. However, I think the 1 Finesse and 1 Geo is actually quite nice since Geo scales with my Venom coating. So I'll actually pass on this, unfortunately. Of the pieces, the hat is probably the best. You can definitely make arguments for the boots, which I will be wearing for now, because it is better movement for Sibyl. Movement on rogues is quite useful. There's more stuff to sell. How's everybody else's boost? Do you need anything? It requires finesse, so I guess not. And with that, we have finished the Fort Joy area in general. The only question left is how much murder hoboing and how much stealing do we want to do. I don't think I'll be going murder hobo, but I will be stealing from a couple traders before I leave. You don't really have any money.
Good to see you.
There's still Kylus in the Elf Cave. I can sell him some stuff. And yeah, you can also do the full armor set buff, like Frigid mentioned. If they have no magic armor and they walk near you, they can be charmed. I find it unlikely, though, that you will think that you will want that over just whatever gear you have up to that point, since the gear itself doesn't really have any good buffs on it otherwise.
You are in the wrong place.
There's also a great argument to be made, though, for the absolute, swag that is the armor set anyways. I had a friend that wore that armor set throughout the entire game, literally just because it looked good.
You are in the wrong place, Pinky.
There's the full set effect. Captain's Mystery or Mastery is stored in the complete set, boosting the armor's level 8, and an aura of fiery charm surrounds the wearer. Basically, you have a purple aura around yourself, and as enemies walk around towards you, it'll basically like hit them with a little bit of a charm wave. If they have no magic armor, it can charm them. So you can set up some fun situations with that if you have a magic party. And go to the bridge. Just sell the rest of my stuff to you.
Ah.
Yeah, say sell. I could just steal from you though.
Going to add some. Ah.
We'll steal some as much money as I can before I leave. Yeah, scrolls. 'Cause I might mess up at certain points. And same with Fetter here. She'll have some money.
Armadia's blessing be upon you.
I don't think
How
she's
can
been
I help
updated. It
you?
hasn't been enough time. Maybe she did. No, these are the same. I remember those. Bit of an awkward spot to steal from her, but you can reach her with smaller characters like elves. I remember I was playing as a lizard once and I couldn't actually steal from her as a lizard because I think lizards are just too big, so they try to move in here and get caught.
Bye now.
So we have some money, some more stuff to sell. All of our quests are done. I should probably go fill up on Source before I leave. So we'll go to the ruined castle. If you have Sabine as a companion, and you do the quest line, because you go to Stingtail, then to Griff, then to Zalaskar, companion Sabine actually, it is completely safe to talk to him. She will do the conversation, there will be no violence, and you move on. If you are playing as Sabine, you are met at some point with a persuasion check, and if you fail the persuasion check, a fight will happen. But as I said, companion Sabine will always, it is always safe to talk to Zalaskar. The other NPC, the other companion that will want to talk to Zalaskar is Ethan, this guy right here. This dude right here who has stayed alive the entire time. You talk to Zalaskar, they have a conversation, and you get a free crossbow. It is a crossbow that is likely to be the best crossbow that you will have in Fort Joy all the way until you're done with Fort Joy. So if you have a ranger, or you're playing Ethan, you should consider playing a ranger because of that crossbow. Both as, whether or not you are playing as Ethan or have him as a companion doesn't make a difference, you will get the crossbow. Either way, it is a friendly interaction. I suppose I will show one more interaction that I just didn't earlier. Losa has an interaction with this dwarf in this cell. He was at some point apparently studying demonology. So we'll go talk to him.
The dwarf lazily...
Yeah, no. Can't help you. Good. Because whatever's going on with you and your passenger is beyond me. See? Nay. Sans used to be a sort of demonologist. Studied under a real maestro, though. Doubt it. Exorcisms.
He doesn't actually do anything for Losa. He can just check to see what's inside.
He places a thumb on each of your temples, and one...
Now.
Falls over.
Holy, you need to do me a favor.
And he mentions somebody in Driftwood.
My old master was hot on the heels
This
of
is
something
in
there.
reference to
And if anyone can
Jahan,
help you, he
who is
can.
in the northwest area of the Reaper's Coast. He won't tell you the name of him
dare say it now.
right here, but I already know who it is.
Don't you worry.
It is safe to have your companion Losa talk to him as well. Nothing bad will happen. It's basically the same interaction. And with that, we have finished Fort Joy. Everyone is dead that I deem unworthy of living. I have stolen from a couple traders. We may leave.
Let's go.
Malady
God woke.
Salty water mist.
Tired, but...
We're on the boat. Our companions will talk to us. Doesn't really matter what you say. It's for flavor.
A hard onward now.
Your companions will all disband here. They go to their own places on the boat. If you wish to re-recruit them, I recommend just immediately doing so, just for the sake of making sure you don't forget to do so. So I will do that right now, before doing anything else. You'll be met with a conversation between these two. It doesn't matter what you do.
Yes, we should.
What?
The sea. It's.
There are quite a few murder hoboing candidates. A lot of the NPCs in Fort Joyce Square, around that area, can give you XP. If they have armor, they have XP. There's the elves in the cave. Zalaskar can give you XP. But I don't think I need to go that hard. So I have decided not to. Where's B? There you are.
Let's team up, you and me. What do you say?
Say that sounds like a good idea. Beast doesn't have anything to say here. We can have a very interesting time with Fane, though. Hide your children.
I must say, personally, I am just glad that I do not have to walk back Livewood. I knew you. Well, no matter. Whatever the only I was alas, they caught me. Still, it's good to be on the move again. They simply, I may have you damn fools. The faster we leave them behind, the well.
The skeleton breaks off
mid. You can flirt with Fane.
Physical contact, voice lowered, coin looks. Good heavens. Is this a mating ritual?
Sure, why not?
Why, that would be... Come now.
Fane grabs your hand.
It's our secret.
Well, that was most unusual. I mean, it's just that thing you did was. I mean, it's just that neither the warmth of your touch nor the really, even the part where
the skeleton. You ponder his words as you pick
Ask
up
if
the
I'll come
lost
with you.
team.
you certainly seem capable in fortune. Very well. I believe you normally spit on your palms to. Very well. Let's.
So we have him back. Beast is roaming around here. Fane's always there. Efan's in this room, in the kitchen. And Sabine is downstairs. So we'll go grab her real quick, get her back in our party. This lizard here is who you talk to if you do not recruit companions, like the origin character companions. You can get like stock default companions from her. But I have already selected my companions. I will go get them.
We've braved the joy.
You're not quite certain.
So Fane's the only interesting one. If you have Losa as a companion, or you want her as a companion, she'll be standing here. And there is actually quite a lengthy conversation with her, with a lot of different potential gain and losses of attitude with her. So there's a conversation with that.
There must be something around here.
Thank you for tuning in, Frigid. I'll probably be continuing this next weekend. I'm not planning to stream during the week, but I'll do Saturdays and Sundays for now, until I finish this playthrough. So yeah, if you wish to continue watching, I'll be live again next weekend, approximately the same time. So now that we're on the boat, the goal is to get the boat moving. There's a lot of dead bodies on the boat. We can loot them. Some of them are the Seekers that we had met before. Some of them are the Magisters. I'll just pick up all of them. This Magister in particular, this dead body here, has a book on it. This is the one you need to get the boat moving. You read it. It tells you the password to the door downstairs.
Pray to you for my Seeker brethren. Show us.
I remember this one. His name was Curvin. His friend's sword couldn't save him, it would appear.
There's 2 silent monks here. If you don't kill them, they will just periodically be at different points on the boat. They don't ever do anything. They are made of XP though, so I will be killing them. Efan may get caught in the crossfire.
I'm ready.
They're not both attacking me. That's fine.
Prepare yourself.
Just a little bit of XP. They don't have any particular purpose otherwise. We have ourselves a mirror down here. We can use this to respec and potentially fix any bad stats or just change around things depending on what gear we have. Got some loot back from the dead bodies on the top of the boat. Alright, so the question is, do I need to fix anything? I am currently using the 2 Aerothurge. I need at least... I don't need the Scoundrel here. I can get rid of 1 Scoundrel. I do need at least 1 hard point in Scoundrel so that I can use the pawn, though. So we'll go here. Remove a Scoundrel. I can put it wherever, in this case Hydro for more damage. I can also look at my talents, see if I want to change anything. I do actually have a decent amount of crit chance now, so I am considering removing Fire Out Man for Savage Sortilege. I will hold off on that for now, actually, though. So I've got 24 crit chance. So these stats are now what I want them to be. The Warfare is coming from my gear, so that's fine. For you, we have Fire Out Man. I don't need Pet Pal. I can safely get rid of that. What other stats do I have? I do need the 2 Aerothurge for Teleport. Same thing here, I do not need this much Scoundrel. I can get rid of a Scoundrel point. I do still need the 1 for Pawn. But that is all I need. I don't need the Lore Master on Feign. Switch it to Thieving. Don't need Pet Pal. I'll leave that empty as I look out here, see what I want. So the question is, what do I actually want? I can go buy more Geomancy books, actually. Because Gareth is our Geomancer bookseller. So I might need more memory. We'll go look at that real quick.
Void Slayer, Worm Killer, God-woken. You have many names.
I don't care
Let's
about
add
Hungry
ships
Flower.
captains
It's a
to the
summoning.
list once we get this thing moving, shall we?
Earthquake. And Poison Wave. Don't really care about Reactive Armor. It's a decent spell on on tankier people like Sword and Shield users. I'm not going to use it here though. I can actually look at stuff for Beast as well. Blitz attack is good. Should probably, before doing this, give you money. Don't remember how much I need for you. Nice. It's good enough. Alright, so we'll get... Need to look at this again. I know I need Blitz. It's Earthquake, I believe. Poison Wave. Where's Poison Wave? That's not Poison Wave. Right there. And you need your jump, finally. As well, Phoenix Dive.
Keep Lucian.
Okay. So we can learn our new spells on Beast. Like all my jumps in the same spot. That's fine, because this will be off, because it's not the same jump. Feign can learn Earthquake, Poison Wave. Unequip these. Poison Wave next to Contaminate. Earthquake next to there. Just kind of redo this, see what I actually want. Chloroform, I don't think I want to use the totem anymore. Get a jump. Worm Trimmer's about to be really useful. Like that. I'm thinking I can get rid of Far Out Man. I still have a talent. I'm actually going to get Torturer now because I'm about to use it. Torturer is extremely good with Worm Trimmer. So I have 2 points in memory. I'm actually going to go get Mnemonic now. Before I do that, I'll take a trip for Exter. He sells scoundrel books, useful for Sabile.
We have to find a way to get this ship moving. We can't let the Magisters catch up.
Look at our
us.
scoundrel
We're
books
too weak
here.
to fight them again.
What new ones do we have? Corrupted Blade. Bit of damage. Not too amazing, but it's there. Phantom Knives, pretty decent, depending on the fight. Gag Order is actually a fantastic spell, especially in a mixed damage party. It scales a lot harder than other scoundrel abilities, specifically for magic armor. Sleeping Arms. And do I want any polymorph books? I could get Skin Graft, but I think I'll pass for now. So that's all these for Sabile now. Put Gag Order there. Now let's go back down to the mirror to fix more stats. I can't get any new Hydro books on the boat, unfortunately. Actually, that might be a lie. Is that one lady on the boat? If she is, I think she might be up here. Oh, she is. This lady here sells, I believe, the Hydro books.
You made it, God-woken. Good. Not all of us did.
You still have the thieving on. Just gonna hold this elf still.
We're lucky to have made.
What do I know I'll need? Oh, you don't have any updated books. Well, why not? That's a shame. Alright, so I don't need anything on Losa. I'll keep all these. As for Sabile, let's take all these off, see what I actually want. At least haste, chloroform, backlash. I'm actually going to equip Gag Order now that I have it. These spells I don't really think are particularly worth spending memory points on, because these do the same amount of damage as my other abilities. It just has an added effect. This does more damage but costs 3 AP. It's not a very efficient use of the 3 AP, however. I just sort of bought it to have it. I don't know if I'll use Phantom Knives, at least not yet. Chicken Claw for CC, Battle Stomp for CC, Venom Coating. I don't need any more spells, so I don't need to change any of these for Mnemonic. However, I do not need Gorilla, so I can get rid of that. Can I get rid of any other stats? I don't need this Warfare point. That was just so I could use Battle Stomp earlier. So I can change that. I'm getting all my Geo from Gear. That's from Gear. what talent do I then want to replace it with? I have Hothead for the accuracy, I've got Pawn for the movement. So really the question is, what else is actually useful for me? All skilled up is more stats. Don't care about ambidextrous, I'm not a ranger. Bigger and better is also more stats. Kind of the same as demonic, it's 3 attributes, but that would be a wasted attribute point. It would not actually. I can get rid of a lot of memory and move it around. I'll probably get demonic. I didn't realize I have 4 hard points in memory on Sabile. I don't need that much. I think that's what I'll do. I could also do Opportunist. Opportunist is a fun combo with Chicken Claw. That's an option. I'll pass for now. Do demonic. I can get rid of some memory here. 3 memory. More damage. So I still have all the same spells, but I just moved the memory points into the finesse stat instead. So what does Beast need changed, if anything? Remember, I needed to change something on you. I have Torture, Pawn, Fire Out Man. I think I'll replace Fire Out Man with Mnemonic. More memory. Give Teleport. Haste, Chloroform. My damaging spells. And I have 1 memory slot left over. I actually have hard points into memory, so I can get rid of that. I also have a hard point in Constitution, because that's what my origin character started with. Don't want that. More intelligence. So I have these gloves. I'm gonna put these in here so I know the thieving ones. I'm gonna retire our gloves, our teleport gloves. So do I have all the talents I want? Mnemonic, Pawn, Torture, yes. Hothead, Mnemonic, Pawn, yes. I could actually consider getting rid of Opportunist here. What is your crit chance? 24%? Could get Savage Sortilege, it'll allow me to crit with Bouncing Shield and Tentacle Lash. I think I'll actually do that, so we can get rid of Opportunist. Another option is actually 5-star Diner, because I have the Blood Rose Potion on him. But we'll do Savage Sortilege. That does apply to Shield Toss and Tentacle Lash. Quite useful. Get rid of this bartering point. Put it into thieving. It's more useful there. How much memory, or how much constitution do I need for this shield? 12. So I can get rid of 3 constitution. I don't even think I have 3 points into it. Yep. Move them somewhere else. What other attributes do I have in stats I don't want? That's all fine. So more strength, 1 more wits. Alright, so I've fixed my stats a bit. Got new talents where I wanted them. I have Torture, I have more spells on Thane and Sabile. Kind of, I didn't actually equip any except Gag Order. I also have new spells on you that I need to put on. So that's actually something I need to think about. So blitz attack is pretty much backlash, so I'll put it on the 9 key. Just like that. We have our jump. So CC, CC. Good AoE. I think we'll do it like that. So now Beast actually has a way to get around the battlefield. Very nice. Alright, we can now continue with the actual objective. We must go into here and talk to the fainted Alexander.
She nods her thanks.
Good luck. All right then.
This Magister will stop us from talking to Alexander.
Hope you find something useful.
That's fine.
Get away from him, sorcerer. All right.
We'll just
Don't.
pass a persuasion check. I don't actually know what persuasion you need for that.
Bishop Alexander lies supine on a bare wire cot.
Look closely at his regalia. Slip the gem into your back.
The gem sits bruises swell, but
Kill her anyways because she's made of XP. We have the gem, we have the book. They are both required to get through this.
the door seems like any. The wood the face vanishes.
Hold the gem
the
out.
Anguished face of a
Hold the
shudder
gem in.
of-
Say the password of fortitude.
Yes.
Walk over here, talk to Tarquin.
He clicks.
And there. That infernal Dallas woman. Dallas, she kept me here to do.
Oh, he extends.
She used some form. Well, so why don't you tell me
If he's in.
Very well. Oh,
He clicks.
that damn contraption that.
He takes the copper with a.
Perhaps my memory will come back with time.
Just don't be
But
mean
for
to
now,
him.
I'm afraid
Just
there's little more.
turn
I
to
can
other
do.
matters. Take your leave. Everybody's happy. You now have Tarquin as a potential traitor.
It's good to have a sense of freedom once
I
again.
plan to use him quite often, so we'll give him money. I believe you only need to give him 300. Close. I think it was 350. Wow, one off. And let's see what he has. I'm not particularly interested in weapons. Strength, Pyro, Geo. What's your helmet like? Strength and Arrow. It is quite good. I think I'll buy that. And that's kind of it. That's kind of all I need. Actually use that to learn spells like my jump. I can also get rid of a pyro point now, because I don't need 2 pyro on beast. I also don't need the Geo. This Geo point was here from when I first recruited him. Didn't realize that was still there. Don't need it. So I can put both these into warfare for more damage. Go back to the room with Tarquin real quick. You can loot all of the bottles and all the cups if you so desire. If you have any lucky charm gear, you could make logic
A pyramid.
for that.
What on Rivellon is this for?
I think I've already spent enough time on the boat. We'll just pick up stuff
find
that's
out.
decently
Try using
valuable. This dusty tome on the desk you need, so pick it up.
What script is this? Whatever. I've spotted something.
There is a button right here
I've
on the
spotted
floor. Step on it. Have somebody else go over here to push the button. Some more lootables, some chests, some money. So we have our book. I don't need this gem anymore. It can be sold. Keep the pyramid. I also don't need these wands. I'm gonna save one in case I need it before I have source vampirism later. I also don't need this diary anymore. I do still need peace of mind and haste here, so I'm actually going to steal real quick from her. I need this lizard to turn around.
The sergeant doesn't see.
You did it.
Haste, peace of mind, whatever else, just to sell for money.
Where would I hide something important?
Okay, so we have haste, peace of mind. You can sell the others. Do you have any money extra?
Did you hear? We're bringing you to Meister Siva, the head of the Seekers.
We'll very quickly get one PowerPoint just to learn them. I don't plan to keep them for now. I suppose I could actually. Peace of mind and haste. Guess that's something I actually need. Chloroform and peace of mind as well on some people.
I hide something important if I was a Magister.
Or adrenaline, not peace of mind.
Did you hear? We're bringing you to Meister Siva,
adrenaline,
the head of the
chloroform.
Seekers. If we can get out of here, that is.
Just get adrenaline real quick on you just to have it. These are the kind of spells that I have on pretty much every character, regardless of the playthrough. This will eventually be for Beast. That looks pretty good. So we have our dusty tome, which we need to then talk to the shiphead. This elf will temporarily stop us. We'll just ignore her.
Don't go any further.
She could potentially have
Don't
something.
touch that figurehead. Not one
Let's check her
finger.
inventory.
Before you is a towering
Sing the
figurehead
song from the
carved
tome.
into the deck
It
beneath
comes
you
to life.
groans and trembles, like the ship itself is awaking from a slumber. A deep sigh emerges, unmistakably the sound of a living being.
You You sang a song. Now you must
Just be nice to the ship. You're not a slaver. You want the ship to be free.
You are kind. Ask.
The creaking
Once, but that time has passed.
The sails.
Majesty. Of course.
The ship's away.
Valdy shows up.
She ready to sail? Dying to hear.
If you're nice to the ship, she'll buff you during the actual fight on the Lady Vengeance that we're about to do.
There is no time to spare. We have to put this island behind us.
Alright, so we'll just do a quick save here. I shouldn't have any actual issue with this, as there is a very easy way to immediately win the fight that I'll be doing.
Behind us. There is no time to spare. We have
Don't think I need to really do anything for preparation here. And we'll give Losa, who's my second fastest, haste.
Well, a slow to driftwood it might. Forward.
I respect your metal, sorcerers.
We are.
Yes.
Ice.
Very well.
Sometimes the
Show
turn.
me.
Sorry. Sometimes the turn order gets a bit messed up here. Initiative is only a bit of a suggestion.
Good.
For some reason, Beast is going first. If you wish, you can try to kill Dallas. If you kill her, you will get the weapons that she is currently holding.
For the love of the void.
Since I killed her at the entrance of Fort Joy. You know, I'm talking about Dallas and I just remembered I forgot to do something. I'm going to back out real quick. I forgot to go get the other pyramid, which also includes... We'll just do that real quick. These two Geists. These two Geists are the ones that were with Dallas at the entrance to Fort Joy. If you kill them there, they will not be here. I did not kill them there, so they are here. There's another pyramid down here. Just throw all my spells at him so he doesn't get a turn.
Prepare yourself.
Crit right there because I have Savage Sortilege now. Quite nice. I've already stripped his magic armor, so I might as well continue to do so. Can Worm Tremor him to keep him in place. As well as put him to sleep so he can't backlash out of the corner. Save my AP, because I can't really do anything right now anyways. Already got no magic armor. Immediately put him back to sleep.
Yield to none.
Melissa just has to auto attack. Not much else to do. Might as well buff Fane up. He's got no magic armor, so just let the magic damage dealers go.
Were those guards all victims?
Let's clean up after myself.
Both, I fear.
That didn't even fully clean up. Be gone, poison. Pick up our second pyramid.
Another pyramid.
Another jar of mine maggots for a maggot grenade. Necklace. Don't actually need this anymore. The ladder leads up to the room with Tarquin. You can come down here as well instead of using the pyramid. The pyramid's kind of meant to act as sort of like a trap. You've activated the pyramid, you're now surrounded by geists. Do you have Lore Master, Exter? I have two things to identify.
Maybe we can get out of here now, if this thing's awake. I want to put some open sea between us and...
Alright. I remembered that I had forgotten to before I started this, so let's come back here and redo this again. Another quick save, just make sure I don't mess up and have to do something over again. Does Fane have adrenaline? I actually want adrenaline on Fane here.
Well, as slow to drift in my
Forward.
So you can see the turnover is entirely different yet again.
We are ready.
Initiative is only a suggestion on this fight.
Very well. Goodbye.
This is my ship. I won't see it taken from under my feet. You act.
So I'm not going to bother trying to kill Dallas. I'm not interested in her gear.
Listen up, show us what you can.
I'll. He's gonna put a spell on one of us.
Stop that elf! Her sorcery must be silenced.
So the only actual goal of this fight is specifically to protect Malady, so that she can eventually teleport us away. We're not actually required to kill anybody here. So with that in mind,
You will not take me again, Dallas.
our boat will buff us because we were nice to it. It's an okay buff. 8 wits. So it's Spiel's turn. We have our monk down here that goes first. Probably reach him pretty easily to stop that. Next one who goes is the Watcher up there. I'm not really that interested in him. We'll jump up here. Get everybody wet while still giving myself potentially elemental affinity. Maybe not. My aim is better if I do this. I can hit a few people. So I want this monk, this dog in the middle here. with all these guys. Throw a spell on all of them. Freeze some people. This one will do whatever. So my Thane is dying. I need him alive for one specific reason. Put Fortify on him to protect him from the, more damage. My newfound mobility I can get in here, petrify you, keep you in place. Alright, so with the fact that the only actual goal is to keep Malady safe, we can simply, with our Thane and Worm Tremor, find a good spot to hit all the enemies with. Hopefully not hit Beast. I don't think this will hit Beast. So Thane has Torture, which means that Worm Tremor ignores magic armor. They are all entangled for 3 turns. They cannot reach Malady. I have basically just automatically won this fight now as a result of this. But with that in mind, I will still try to kill some of them. So let's do that. The Geists can still backlash onto enemies. As so. But they cannot actually block. I will kill as many as I can, just simply to get more XP. Definitely not what I wanted. I don't want to stay put though, because there's a Geist standing behind me. Move to target somebody else. Thane has perished. So this Geist has already used Backlash, so if I target it in this direction, I'll end up behind this Watcher, which will be away from the Geist, making me safe. Good job, Gareth. dislike monks and their ability to dodge. It makes things so much less consistent.
In my belly, ready to burst.
Do a lot of damage here. I think I'll just actually auto him. I have lost my water. Elf got a lot of work done, but that's fine. I'm not worried about it. I can actually use, oddly enough, my source ability here. Guarantee a kill here. Because why not? That's the end of that. You just have to keep her alive. A single worm tremor is enough to just win the fight, as it keeps everybody in place. Which is quite convenient.
The air here has a familiar smell. A faint.
Is that a tree?
Walk down here, see all the gods in their not so magnificent glory anymore. We just have to bless our corresponding god. Even as Losa, we will still bless Rallic despite not being able to talk to him normally because I have a demon inside of me.
Are those the gods? What's wrong with them? What are you up to now? Better to you look it's a copy that remember. What's happened here? Where is everyone?
The same troubled look is visible on each face.
I've got my weapon. I've got my wits.
I had dreams.
What?
Right. And that is the full conclusion of Act 1. We have done the Lady Vengeance fight. We are now on the move to Act 2. I will go downstairs and finish that. Not really much to do here otherwise. The remaining companion options that you didn't recruit will be dead down here. Malady will confront us, say you're ready, and off we go.
Solid ground as your
Well, I suppose I do have a condition. I said
she
did it meant we already I met you when you're give me you're at the big net shopping. One more but there's a he's a deep good luck and
Took a Malady snot for some source. Quickly talk to
It's
Fane.
rather impressive that then again I still here we are. I trust I needn't remind you about our agreement. Good. It is that once that is understood.
Right, we have arrived here. We have a quest marker for Beast. We'll talk
Not
to
much
him
of
as
a
well.
landlubber, but Malady's beast. I'd also appreciate it if we dealt with this Lohar fella. He's the key.
Well, I believe I will end here. We are now in Act 2. I will begin and continue Act 2 next weekend. Be streaming about the same time, about 4 p.m., maybe slightly sooner, for as ever long as I kind of feel like. But yeah, that's the end of this for now. Doing Act 1 over the first few days. And we move on to the longest act in the game with lots of stuff to do. Should be fun. Get some new stuff. Do some new quests. Fight some new enemies. Do a quick save. Wherever it is. Anyways, thank you for watching. See you next week.